Wow, that would probably help if I added myself to the live stream. Hello and welcome, everyone. Welcome to this edition of Atlas Information Live. We are your host, as always, Atlas Alex. And today, it's a little strange saying that you're in for a bit of a treat. It's strange to say that, given the topic, given the subject matter. But certainly, we were in for a treat this week and this morning. As recently as this morning, we were receiving guidance. We were given another lesson pertaining precisely to today's topic. And it is a matter which, let's face it, is everything. We have used many analogies. We have turned to many allegories in an effort to encapsulate the essence of why we are here. What is the point of all of this? What is our purpose? And in the broadest possible sense of that, the widest net, the deepest basket into which all of humanity can be placed. What really is the crux of the matter? And how it is that that word crux happens to be related so closely to the word crucify. The crux of the matter, the crucis mundi, actually. It's the crux of the world. It's the center of the world, or the pivot around which everything revolves. Right? The 0 point, the origin. Right? But what's it all about? What is the crux of the matter, the point of being? And we have employed everything from video games, right? Being a bicyclist in a bicycle race, an escape room, right? The Shawshank Redemption, a baseball diamond, a baseball game, running the bases, getting run after run after run, the Alm of Life itself. We have employed role-playing games, Dungeons and Dragons, descending into hell and returning, then fairy tales, and on it goes. And more recently, we were talking about being a vessel and going to the well and drawing water from the well and bringing it to the table and filling empty cups with that water. And there are all of these narratives, these archetypal ways of being, or let's say archetypal actions, which mirror in some way why we are here, our purpose for being, as a mortal and as an immortal, as a soul, as a being, why we have taken on this physical form. And no matter how you slice it, in all of these analogies and allegories, we keep having to return to a fundamental, unavoidable fact. And that is that we have an adversary. That however we arrive at whatever it is we decide constitutes our reason for being, that reason for being cannot exist, cannot be without some opposition, without some obstacle standing in our way of achieving it. And we all know this intuitively. And in fact, there are countless examples that we turn to in our life. We call them games. We call them sports. The very notion of achieving something connotes the underlying unavoidable reality that in order for something to be an achievement, there must have been something that was overcome, that was defeated, that was mastered in some way. Otherwise, it's not much of an achievement, is it? If you take a ball to the top of a hill and you let it go, and it mechanically, of its own accord, by the mechanical forces of gravity, rolls to the bottom of the hill, this is an event. This is an occurrence. But is it any sort of achievement? Would you would you pay someone accolades? Would you praise someone because they somehow managed to roll a ball down a hill? What's the point? Now, put yourself on a bicycle and ride down that hill. Well, now, if you're 7 years old, there's hardly anything better. It's not exactly an achievement, but it's fun. It's an experience. And as children, play is all about experience. It's all about discovery of ourselves in this mortal being, in this mortal vessel, and all the wonderful things that we can do. It's called play. But if we feel into that example a little bit deeper, that kid has to get that bike to the top of that hill. And we all know what it's like, especially when we're children and we have those, one speed bikes. They have no gears. We know how arduous it can be to ride a one speed bicycle with only one gear up to the top of the hill. And the higher the hill, the taller the hill, the harder it is to ride up that hill. And very often, maybe halfway, we have to get off the bike and we have to push the bike the rest of the way. Now, why would we do that? Why do we do that? Why do we put ourselves through that misery? Or in northern countries like Canada, or perhaps Sweden, elsewhere around the world where we get plenty of snow in the wintertime, Children do this all the time, and they trudge their way to the top of hills in maybe several feet of snow, and they're wearing their snow pants and their snowsuits and their hats and scarves and what have you, and they're dragging their toboggan behind them, or their crazy carpet, or any number of these sliding toys. They're dragging these things up to the top of the hill. Why? Why do we put ourselves through that? Well, because of the experience, and because of the thrill and everything that we know awaits us. The sliding down the hill is our reward for trudging up that hill and dragging that toboggan behind us up that hill. And if you remember, if you had one of those long toboggans, those old style wooden toboggans, or perhaps the newer style plastic ones, where you could pile 3 or 4 children into it, yourself and your friends all together sliding down that hill, there was practically nothing better in the world. And if you wiped out and everybody went flying, so much the better. It was a thrill, that catastrophic wipeout on the toboggan with all of your friends, with arms and limbs and hats and toques and scarves and mitts flying in all directions, and everybody landing in a chaotic mess of legs and arms sticking out of the snow. And we just laughed and laughed and laughed, and we couldn't stop laughing. It was the joyous catastrophe of it all was as much a part of the thrill and fun of tobogganing as anything else. That hill, that snow, that cold, that wind, that everything about it, and the fact that we were undertaking this adventure together with our friends, all of this combined into this wonderful, joyous event called tobogganing. And it wasn't without obstacle. It wasn't without resistance. But the joy of it, the thrill of it, trudging up that hill again and again and again and again, it was worth it. Somewhere along the way, we became very serious. We grew up. We became an adult. And it was impressed upon us, all of these important things that we must do, that we must accomplish. Some of these were demands or suggestions, perhaps, or expectations, conditions that were placed upon us from without, from outside of us. Parents, teachers, workplaces, the list goes on. Society, culture, religion. There are a number of sources in our life as we were growing up in our development that made it their business to impose upon us these oh so important, oh so serious expectations. And many of those expectations came with a fair bit of resistance and a fair number of obstacles. And what's really interesting is some of those obstacles and some of that resistance might have come from our own higher self, which was whispering to us and making us feel like, you know, that's not for me. That just doesn't feel right. I understand what society says. I understand what my teachers say. I understand what that religion says, but my conscience tells me something different. In other words, that imposition from the outside was in fact the obstacle, an obstacle that was being placed in front of us from without, or apparently, seemingly from without. And our conscience responded to that obstacle. It responded to that imposition, that expectation, with a feeling we couldn't shake. Like, yeah, that's not really for me, or that might be fine for others, but that's not going to work for me in my life. And that's when we were presented with a choice. Were we going to give in to the expectation and the demands of those presenting this imposition, imposing their will upon us and our lives? Or would we follow our intuition, the guidance of the still soft voice, that gut feeling that we had, or that strange, unnerving, uncomfortable feeling that we got, the heebie-jeebies, if you will, that we got whenever we contemplated uh, giving ourselves to the expectations of others, just because it's what they want us to do or what they think we should do. This was an opportunity to strengthen our connection, strengthen our bond to our higher self. In many ways, these occurrences were testing us. In the same way that hill tests the child, the whole way up the hill, that child is being tested. And the reward for undergoing the test and passing the test, the reward is to be able to slide back down that hill and then do it all over again. But there is another kind of opposition. And the source of obstacles that is not outside of ourselves. An adversary that tests us, challenges us, and what's more, opposes us at every conceivable possible step along the path. It is an adversary which has been called many things, but really, the word in Arabic and Hebrew is Shaytan. That's what it means, the adversary. And it is from that origin that we get the word Satan. But this Satan is not outside of ourselves. Temptation always happens within. If you observe yourself, you will know this to be true. Even if someone puts a cheesecake in front of you, or you find a wallet on the beach, the ID is in the wallet, but so is $1,000. That's just a circumstance. You've stumbled across someone's wallet, or someone's placed a cheesecake in front of you. That outside occurrence is not what tempts you. What tempts you is inside. And if the cheesecake analogy or the wallet example, if that doesn't resonate with you, choose what does resonate with you. You know yourself well enough to know where your weaknesses lie, and when you are tempted to give in and indulge this or that weakness, this or that, whatever the case may be, little addiction or whatever. It could be sugar or caffeine or alcohol. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. The point is that whatever it is, the temptation, the test, the challenge comes from within. So, but from where? How? Why? And it is for the simple reason that we mentioned at the beginning. There is no point to being without challenge. Being is not an achievement without an adversary. It just isn't. And this is one of the great lessons taught by Master Samael when he pointed out that anybody can achieve enlightenment and self-proclaimed mastery and inner peace and joy and happiness if they divorce themselves from the world and go up to the top of a mountain and sit and fast and meditate for 30 years, like the yogis do in India. Anybody can do that. It's easy. Because there are no circumstances to trigger the adversary. There's no cheesecake. There's no wallet on the beach. There's no person in your life. You know that person in your life who knows how to press your buttons? Maybe it's your mom. Maybe it's a sister or brother. Maybe it's your spouse. But there are people in your life, or at least one person in your life, who just knows how to press those buttons. And boy, when they get into the same room with you, it's like they're like a kid in an arcade. You know, they're just banging those buttons away, right? They're just slamming on those buttons of yours. And they just get to you. They get on your nerves and, oh God, I can't believe how angry they make me. Right? We all have known someone like that. And if we're honest with ourselves, that person is this tremendous gift in our life. They don't feel that way, right? They're the last person we want to see. They're the last person we want to get tangled up with. We try to keep them at a distance. We try to keep them out of our lives. Why? Because they get to us. But again, coming back to what we were saying about the cheesecake and the wallet can't get to us. They just present an opportunity, and it is something within us which reacts mechanically that says, I want that. I want that cheesecake. Or I want that $1,000 in this wallet. It's a temptation, but what's tempted is inside of us. So the person who presses our buttons, they press our buttons, but those buttons are connected to machinery, algorithms, mechanical machinations that are inside of us. So by them pressing our buttons, they put into activity. We could call them psychological aggregates, or we can call them egos. We can call them psychological malware. Our negative emotions, our mechanistic reactive responses to triggers. And it is through the observation of ourself and witnessing these psychological aspects of ourself, these mechanical aspects of our psychology, automatically and reactively taking control of us and tempting us with these behaviors and those words and lashing out at others and telling others what's what and go to hell and whatever the case may be, or have this or have that, or eat that comfort food, or all of these behaviors that we know are not good for us, but we do them anyway because the circumstances around us are triggering these algorithms of our psychology, and those algorithms are running just like programs, just like malware, and they're taking control of us, taking control of our mind, taking control of our heart, and taking control of our body. And it's really easy to say, okay, to hell with it. I don't want all this drama in my life. I'm going to go and live in the forest. I'm going to live off grid. I'm going to go up into the mountains, and I'm going to devote myself to meditation and being harmonious and one with nature and one with spirit. And in a very short order, we will get there and we will feel that way. And it'll be so blissful and it'll be so calm and peaceful and everything else. Of course, because we won't have those people and circumstances around us to test us, to trigger us. So those mechanical algorithms in us, well, they just lay dormant. Because these mechanical algorithms require energy to be activated. And energy is frequency, which means that certain vibrations will trigger and set into motion, set into activity the psychological aggregates, the egos, that vibrate at those frequencies. Have you ever taken a tuning fork and played a note on a piano and then listened to the tuning fork? The tuning fork vibrates at the same note that was played on the piano. If you've ever taken a guitar or a harp and you play a note on a piano and you listen, the same note will be vibrating on the harp that was played on the piano. In other words, the string on the harp that's tuned to the same frequency as the note that is played on the piano will vibrate in synchronicity. So if we have psychological aggregates inside of us, these mental malware, that they lay dormant, but like Tesla's research into electricity, and he was looking at doing wireless electricity, and we all have cell phones, we all know that microwaves permeate wirelessly and they can send signals on those frequencies. But Tesla also knew that you can send electricity on certain bandwidths, on certain wavelengths. That's energy. And if Tesla could take a light bulb and light it up without any wires, well, the same thing is true of psychological aggregates. They can be powered, they can come alive by the energy that's around us, that's in the field that we step into. This is the explanation for mob mentality, where you can take perfectly upstanding citizens, people who have never committed a crime in their life, they would never dream of behaving in certain ways, but put them into a middle of an angry mob that begins rioting, and all of a sudden these people who would never in a million years would have believed they were capable of behaving in certain ways, those same people are smashing windows and committing all manner of mayhem and chaos because they're caught up in these energies, and these dormant psychological aggregates inside of themselves are being put into activity. They're coming alive, and they are taking hold, taking possession of their consciousness, of their will, and afterwards, those very same individuals, perhaps they're arrested, perhaps they're not, but those very same individuals, hours or days later, will be sitting there brooding, saying, what possessed me to behave that way? What possessed me to do that? And the answer, of course, is the adversary, Satan, their own individual Satan. That's what possessed them. And that's what possesses all of us. There is no Satan out there in the world. There just isn't. In the same way that God is not out in the world. The kingdom of heaven is within us. But that kingdom cannot exist in this plane of reality. We can't experience it without its antithesis. Because being is not an achievement. unless the antithesis, not being, is present to challenge and oppose and obstruct and twist, tempt, corrupt, and make fall. This is the hidden truth behind the yin and the yang of the Tao. And if we want to try to comprehend what's going on there, you're going to have to use your imagination here, because we can't color this in, and we could maybe no, here we can maybe do it like this. In the meantime, we can do a comment here. Leah says, "Blessings. Sorry, I'm late today." No, it's fine, Leah. We're just kind of getting into it. You know, since we had our what we're calling our Good Friday back at the beginning of May, and we had a profound revelation. We received the tree of life, but the pure tree of life, without any embellishments and without any of the alterations and modifications that have been made to it. And it was impressed upon us, the numbers 1111. And so much was revealed to us that naturally I fell into a mode where I was very enthusiastic, very determined, very passionate to continue the process, to continue unfolding, to add to where I left off, and to continue and to figure out this 1-1, this 11-11, and this the problem with mathematics. And all these videos were showing up on YouTube, and I was determined to take the baton that was given, that was revealed, and run with it. And in the process, I fell into a very deep depression because the answers didn't come. The answers weren't there. And even last week and the prior week, you all know, if you were here watching, you know that we weren't at our best. We were in a pretty shitty state, to the point where we didn't even make any videos from last week or the week before to share throughout the week. And that's because we were in deep depression. We had no energy. We were being drained completely. And the reason why, simple. It's the same reason why I'm always depressed. Like every time I'm depressed, it's the cause is the same, right? There's nothing outside of us that can cause our depression. It was the demon. It was fear. Because fear is control. And here I was revealed these incredible, powerful truths. And for very nearly 2 weeks, I, believing that I was doing the work of Atlas, I tried to take that and run with it. And the more that I wanted it to get to the next level and keep unfolding and keep unfolding and keep going, like a snowball, right? Like the alm of life. I got this one, I had gotten to this, I had gotten to a new level, or so I thought. And because I was at that new level, I thought, well, at this new level, so much more must be open and available now. So I'm looking for it and trying to make it happen, make it be. And the result was I fell into a deep, deep depression. Because, of course, Alux wasn't going to give in. Atlas wasn't, Atlas was going to have none of it. Because Attila, this mortal person in front of you, was being duped. I was being taken for a ride. My individual Shaytan, my individual Satan, had disguised himself as Atlas. Now, why am I sharing this with you? I'm sharing this with you because this is no joke. I come off one of the most profound spiritual experiences of my life, attaining a new level of knowledge, getting a download directly from the Christ, directly from Alux. The unspoiled, unfiltered tree of life. Art, Thor, Isis, Arthur, Isis, X, the Christ. And the first thing that happens is all of it gets appropriated by the false self. And for 2 weeks, I go bumbling and fumbling through life, believing I'm doing the work of Atlas. I got to take this, I got to work with this now. I've been given this, I got to keep going with it, and right? And it's all Satan. It's all my shaitan. It's all the adversary taking it and running with it and wanting to control it and wanting to make it his and wanting to make the most of it. And I couldn't see it. I was blinded. I was duped. I was tricked. You know how long we've been at this. 45 years, if it's a day, we've been at this, battling our innermost shaitan through epileptic seizures, through depression, through being attacked in the astral plane, through and on and on and on it goes. And here we are giving these talks about the Aum of life and eliminating our egos, etc., etc., etc. And here we are speaking with the voice of Attlas, and at times having a direct connection to Allux, the Christ. And here we are admitting to you here and now that we were duped. I was duped. I was wrong. I failed. I fell into the trap. Now, it's not easy facing that truth. But luckily, I've had a life of grace. I've had a life of suffering and a life of humiliation, of wearing my heart on my sleeve and being the first to admit when I'm wrong and when I made a mistake. So I'm used to it. But what's more is, this is Atlas information for your benefit. If you come here because you think or you feel or you know that you have access to knowledge here that you can't get anywhere else, just know that even this conduit, this messenger, is not immune. And I'm sharing this story with you because we cannot afford to be naive or to be laissez-faire or casual about the adversary that's within, and how subtle and how clever and how insidious our individual shaitan really is. And why that is, and how that is, from a metaphysical scientific perspective, is what we're going to be getting into in just a moment. But practically, in our lives, where the rubber meets the road, there's a expression that Master Samael gives when he says, before every exaltation comes a great humiliation. Right? So it's only when you've hit rock bottom that you can only go up from there. But the same is true in reverse, because we all appreciate the Aum of life as this spiral. And that means once you get to the next level, there's only one direction you can go, and that's back down into hell, but you're going back down to a deeper level. And it's in hell that you face Satan, you face your egos, you face your demon. But you're facing it at a harder level. This is what Dungeons and Dragons and every role-playing game teaches us. The deeper you go into the dungeon level is going up. You're going deeper, but the difficulty of the dungeon is going up, and the difficulty of the demons that you're fighting goes up. Why? Because your character has gone up in level. And that's the way Dungeons and Dragons works. You go to level 7 in the dungeon, you fight all the monsters, then you advance to level 8. You go back to town, you sell all your stuff, you gear up with better gear, or you repair all your armor, then you go back to the dungeon, but now you go to the level 8 on the dungeon that's appropriate to your level. And I'm here to tell you that after the experience in leveling up and having that, Good Friday and that Orthodox Easter experience, the second we leveled up, our demon came, Satan came, but he was also leveled up. And we were caught off guard. And the depression came from the fact that that demon, that desiring to control, right? And Attlas was going to have none of it. Allux was going to have none of it. It didn't matter how much I wanted to make things happen and figure things out. It just wasn't coming together. Well, the demon took all of that as an opportunity to throw a temper tantrum in my subconscious mind and drain me, just suck the life completely out of me. Until I faced facts, until I realized that this is what was taking place. And I had to be honest and face that demon again for the first time at a whole new level, at a whole new level of subtlety and insidiousness and cleverness. Because if I'm honest with myself, right, this false self has been pretending to be Attlas for 45 years. And that is the real danger. And it's so subtle. This is such a, I'm just getting to this point where I have to be that much more conscious and observing myself, because the demon can slip in there like that. You might say I probably fell into a bit of complacency or let my guard down. And it's hard. It's especially hard after you have some kind of a spiritual experience, because of course, mystic pride is something that we all suffer from. When we have spiritual experiences, the first thought that comes into our head is, oh, I must be enlightened now. I must be enlightened now. That's a contradiction in terms. The I can never be enlightened. The only I that is enlightened, we have a word for that. It's called a demon. It's called an awakened demon. That's the I which is enlightened. Enlightenment is not the purview of the mortal vessel. The awakening of consciousness is in the 6th dimension and belongs to the being. Atlas can be enlightened. Attila, this mortal vessel speaking to you, cannot. And I mean that in absolute terms, because the moment that you think you are, that's the demon, that's Shaytan, that's Satan coming and stealing and appropriating and taking what doesn't belong to it. But that's its nature. That's its purpose. It is the adversary. And its nature is that it has nothing of its own to work with. It is mechanical. Everything that it relies on in order for it to do its machinations, it takes, it steals, it appropriates, it must absorb from our higher self, from our true self. And we're going to get into more of the mechanics of that in just a moment. In order for that, we're going to use this as a path, actually, to arrive at the very thing that I was trying to figure out but couldn't. But this actual experience that we had was the means to arrive at what we're going to share with you now. And this is why at the beginning we said you're in for a treat today, even though we're talking about Satan. We're talking about facing your demons, facing your false self, facing the adversary. And it's like, how can that be a treat? Well, why do you think we're talking about tobogganing? And trudging up that mountain in the snow as a little kid in your boots and your snowsuit, dragging that heavy toboggan, if it's a wooden one, dragging that heavy toboggan behind you. How is that a treat? Well, we all know it's a treat. We couldn't wait for that when we were kids. And this is another place that perhaps we'll end up by the end of today. But we'll see if we get there. We'll see if we get there. In the meantime, we have some more comments. Tiffany says, how did you find out you had been lied to? Was it a lead up? And she also asks, any signs along the way now that you look back at it? Okay, how did you find out you had been lied to? Well, it was the depression that gave it away, right? And we mentioned this in and this is, any signs along the way now that you look back at it. Yeah, this is exactly right. This is the depression. Like while we were in the depression and in the striving, right? Striving and trying to make it happen and trying to figure it out but really feeling like, but really being made to feel like this was Atlas's will. It was our will to make this happen, but it wasn't the will of Atlas. It wasn't. It's very subtle, it's very weird. But it was Satan, it was the false self, it was Attila that was being made to want to make this happen. And while we were in the middle of it, we felt like we're obligated, we have to do this. We've been tasked with this. And it was only when we crashed, we came off that high, and like anytime you come off of a high, you crash. It's inevitable. And it was when we slipped into depression, and then we were just being drained. And in the process of, we have a couple of very close friends that we can turn to and speak about our spiritual journey. And as you know, we've often told all of you that these live streams that we call Atlas information are as much for our benefit as they are yours, because very often we will say things that I myself, the mortal, has never heard before from anyone ever. So this is just like journaling or like counseling our ability to speak from that place higher and deeper within ourselves. Lux coming through the messenger of Attlas, the servant of Attlas, and then further coming through myself, the mortal vessel. And we've talked about 3 weeks ago now, or 4 weeks ago, we talked about the well and the bucket and the vessel, right? And how all of that analogy, that allegory works in the transference of water from deep within the earth to the table and filling of the empty cups. Well, although meditation affords us very often different kinds of insights, especially that when we are needed them, like anyone, it is very helpful for us to talk these things out. So we have a couple of friends that we can turn to that are not necessarily at our level, but they recognize and understand the plight that we are at, and they know that there are very, very, very few people that we can speak to about these sorts of things. So in talking it out and talking about our depression and talking about what had led up to the depression, it just came out of me that, well, it's because the demon is having a temper tantrum because he's not in control, and he can't make the rational mind figure out and appropriate the knowledge that we received in meditation. And then it was just made clear. I just comprehended everything that the demon had done for 2 weeks, 10 days, leading up to us falling into that depression. The whole time the depression was already there, but we were on the high. It was covering it up. So as when we came off the high, we crashed off the high, then we realized the depression was always there. The demon was there, striving and angrily trying to control the narrative, trying to control the process. He was holding on, gripping with both hands on the steering wheel, right? With white knuckles. And that tense, angry, stressful, like if you just do that, if you just clench your fists and imagine yourself holding on to the steering wheel in a terrified way, right? You're terrified of losing control of that car. So you're holding on, white knuckle driving, and you know that you can't sustain that. You know that your forearms, your arms, your entire body tenses up with stress, and how draining that is on energy. Well, the demon is doing that. And as the demon is doing that, he's sucking all your energy, and all that angry, fearful, controlling energy is just draining. And that's what we experience on the surface as depression, because the number one symptom of depression is low energy or no energy, right? Where you don't even want to get up out of bed. So this was a telltale sign. This was the giveaway. And having an opportunity to speak about it to one of my close friends, it all became clear as the words materialized, and I saw the words coming out of me and spelling it all out, saying, so in a very real sense, it was like a retrospection meditation. But I was talking about, not the previous day, but the previous 10 days, the previous 2 weeks. And this is why it's so important to be able to speak openly and honestly, or journal if you have no one to share your experiences with. And then it all became clear. And once I comprehended that, and then I just let it all go. I just, you know what? I fell into the trap, and I realized, all right, I'm not qualified. It's the same lesson that I keep having to relearn over and over and over and over again. But again, because it's the Alm of life, each time we're learning this level at a deeper and deeper and more subtle and more subtle and more subtle level. It was another level of letting go and letting God, right? Another level of detaching myself and not identifying with the work of Attlas and with in a very real sense, with the knowledge of Allux. I don't make it happen. I can't figure it out. I can't force anything. I can't fast track anything. And me wanting things to show up before their time is the false self, is Satan trying to take control of the process. There's that expression of arriving versus striving. And it's a strange expression because we talked about dragging that toboggan up the hill. Well, what's that if not striving? That takes effort. That takes work, right? That's striving. You got to strive to pull your toboggan up to the top of the hill. And there's a time and place for that. But the journey down the hill is all arriving. You don't have to push yourself down the hill. So the striving, overcoming the obstacle, is where the striving comes in. So in my case, the past 2 weeks and being in the depression and being, getting caught up in the trap and going through the process of overcoming, of recognizing that I'd fallen into the trap and then climbing out of the trap, letting go of the striving, realizing, okay, this was an aspect of the striving. This was the striving part. But it was twisted and corrupted and masqueraded into striving for something that I'm not qualified to strive for. And now we're in a much better place today than we've been in the last 2 weeks. Tiffany says, do you feel you could recognize it again if it ever shows up? Well, at this level, yeah. But she follows this up and she says, oh, okay, so it's repetitive for your experience. Yeah, those demons become louder each time. They become more subtle. They're not louder each time, they're quieter each time. They're more insidious, they're more clever. This is what I'm really trying to impart to you guys. Is that our demons are really big, blundering, bumbling, right? When we first face them, when we first meet the adversary is, it's just like, the image behind me. Like you can't miss it, right? It's like the Balrog in Lord of the Rings. It's this huge flaming monster. Like it's this overwhelming big thing, right? I mean, it's wow, it's in your face. But the more you go in the Alm of Life and you face it and you overcome it at this challenge, at this level, and at another level, and another level, and another level, and another level, each time that mustache twirling villain becomes more and more and more and more and more and more and more like who? Like Moriarty. Like Moriarty to your Sherlock Holmes. Moriarty is not some mustache twirling villain. You never see Moriarty. He's a rumor. Or he's like a Bond villain. He's a gentleman villain. He's not some flaming demon, mustache twirling evil guy. He's not a cackling emperor like in Star Wars. He's that suave and debonair villain. The one that you could very easily mistake for James Bond himself. And this was the key, and this was why and how I got duped. Because my Satan was pretending to be Atlas, and he was doing a damn good job of it. And I fell for it. And if you think about it, if you really think about it, and observe yourself, and observe your mind and your emotions and your sensations in your body, how does the adversary come to you? It presents itself as a friend. It presents itself as something that makes you think and feel like it's something that you need to do. And it does that for a very specific reason. And the reason it does that comes down to this. Now, what I've done here is, we all know what this word means, right? Rule, to be in control, to be in command. This is the inverse, right? We've just taken the letters and put them backwards. And what does that spell? That spells allure. So if we expand this rule and call it ruling, if we call this the self, the true self, then what is alluring is the inverse of that. And of course, because the Black Lodge is clever, right? They don't spell alluring this way. They spell it like this, right? To throw us off. But if you're a fisherman, you know that fishermen use a lure to bait the hook. Language doesn't lie. Language is scientific, it's mathematical, and it's magic. You've all seen that meme on the internet that says there's a reason why we call it spelling. Because the true self is supposed to rule this mortal vehicle. The true self is the one, the will of our innermost is what we should be following, our bliss, our purpose, our passion. That is our rule, because the other thing that a rule is, as in a ruler shows the way. It's the measure of a man. It's a measure. It's a guide. It's a path. A rule. You draw a line between 2 points with a ruler. And it's a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points, but it's the straight and narrow path that you draw with a ruler. But what draws you off of that path, right? What lures you away to either side of that straight line, of the razor's edge, the middle way, the narrow way, the difficult path through the narrow gate into heaven, and there are few who take it. But wide is the path, or wide is the gate, and easy is the way into hell. Why? Because we're being lured this way and that way and every which way except the straight and narrow, which is the path of ruling, the path of being ruled. So the false self is very alluring. And there is no, for someone who's on the spiritual journey, for someone who is on the path of awakening and self-realization, for someone who is committed to their bliss, committed themselves to their higher self, committed themselves to the path of the bodhisattva, there is our adversary, our Satan, knows that there's only one thing that he can do to lure us off of our path, and that is to pretend to be our higher self. To dangle a carrot that looks like it's our path, that to make us feel and think that we're following the will of our higher self. It's the only way that a bodhisattva is going to be lured away from the commitment that he's made to the Christ, the commitment that he's made to suffering humanity. Oh, that Satan, the Satan that we face, is that subtle and that clever that he knows that. But of course, he has to know that, because that's the challenge, that's the obstacle that we face. Our Satan, the adversary, the obstacles that we face level up as we level up. And they become more subtle and more clever and more insidious. The more awake, the more conscious we become, the more aware we become of our demons, the more subtle and clever they get at hiding and camouflaging. And as I've often said, fear is the great chameleon. It's a shapeshifter. And so many of the demons that we face are, when we get really good at recognizing them, that's when they get really good at disguising themselves. You say, well, but why? That seems counterproductive. No, it's necessary. It's necessary. Because on the Alm of Life, the higher level that you get here, you got to face, right? You got to go into deeper levels of hell. And higher level demons. Because what's the point? If you get to level 10, what's the point of coming back down here to level 1? There's no point. Right? You don't take Mike Tyson and put him in a ring with a lightweight, with a featherweight. You just don't do it. Why? Because it's pointless. It's pointless. Or Magnus Carlsen, right? The world champion of chess player, right? You don't put him up against children because it's pointless. So there's a comment here that Archer left that we skipped because Tiffany, we kept going on the same line of Tiffany's questioning, but we're going to come back to it. He says, I've been getting attacked 2 lately. In dream state. What can be done to prevent it? Just keep vibes up? Okay, no. Your positive vibration stuff and all that, that's all wonderful in theory, and that's fine for kindergarten. But if you're being attacked in the astral plane, and that's where you are when you dream, you're in the lunar astral plane if you're dreaming. If you're awake and you're lucid dreaming, that at any given point in time you can fall into the lunar astral plane, still be lucid, but you're there and you can be attacked there. We've experienced that many times, and the remedy for that, and they're just serendipitously, we happen to have this. We happen to have this ready. We knew that we were going to need this. We didn't know why, but we knew someone was going to need this today, so we pulled it up. This is a course called Defense for Spiritual Warfare. It's 100% free. It's through Glorian, and you can read it and you can listen to it. These are all the lectures, okay? Our mouse has been acting up with the scroll wheel, so we have to apologize for that. But so we'll just do this. These are all the lectures, and obviously we can't go through it now, but there are lectures that cover many different techniques, and including mantras that you can use. And the one that perhaps works the best is this one. Is it this one? It's Bodhicitta. We think it's this lecture here. It should be. Anyway, the mantra is Klim Krishnaya Govindaya Gopijana Vayabhaya Swaha. And there it is. Yeah, so it's this lecture. If you don't want to do the whole course, you just want one lecture, then this is the lecture you want to listen to, and we'll put the link in the description. And there it is on screen, okay? So you go to Glorian, and then we'll also do this so that people have it. This is the mantra here that's on screen. Klim Krishnaya Govindaya Gopijana Vayabhaya Swaha. This is the same mantra that you do when you do the macrocosmic star. And it's a very powerful mantra to use in events of being attacked by demons, dark entities. Now, the other thing you can do, of course, is if you're conscious enough, if you're lucid enough, you can ask for your Divine Mother to deliver you your weapons, your sword and your shield. And you can make it a flaming sword, and you can actually fight off the demon with your sword. Or you can draw a circle of protection on the ground around yourself. So you draw a pentagram with the 2 bottom points of the pentagram facing towards the demon. So the pentagram is always upright from the demon's point of view, and that will create a ward around you, and that the entity, the dark entity, will not be able to cross. So you see, it's a little bit more involved than just keeping up your positive vibes. Demons laugh at that. Demons find it hilarious, most of what the New Age says, because guess what? Most of the New Age is a creation of demons. Demons are responsible for the New Age. So they laugh at all that positive vibe shit and positive thoughts stuff. And the cult of positivity. The cult of positivity is the creation of the Black Lodge. And we'll explain why that is in just a moment. Yeah, Tiffany says, I've taken that course from Glorian. She says it's great. And Supin Kashper says, hi, Atlas. Great to see you. Thank you, Supin Kashper. It's nice to have you as well. Welcome as always. And Mugaboo22 says, burning frankincense in your room is also good against astral larvae. Frankincense is good. Sage is very good, but what's even better is asafoetida. Um, the most powerful thing against astral larvae is sulfur, but you can't be present while you burn sulfur. You got to get a charcoal disc, put the sulfur on there, and then leave. And you got to, basically leave for a couple hours and allow the sulfur to do its work on your entire apartment. And then you come back and open up all the windows and clear it out. So, but asafoetida, and the spelling of that I can never remember. The spelling of that is kind of weird. Asafoetida. There it is. Okay, so it's a powder or you can get it in powder form, but you can also get it in hard crystalline form, and that's the one you want to burn as incense. This is not what I had in mind. Anyway, it's this. This is stronger than frankincense for clearing. Why won't it let me copy that? Fuck. Anyway. Well, there it is. How to say asafoetida. Asafoetida. Okay, whatever. Anyway, it's right there on the screen, so you can jot it down. Archer says, thanks. He says, I've just been mirroring their energy back to them or mentally use my own to cause them to feel pain, but now they bring more of them to prevent that. You can't fight fire with fire. You can't fight fire with fire. Not when it comes to the Black Lodge. You got to remember the teachings that we got from Yoda and Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. You can't defeat anger with anger. You can't defeat hate with hate. You can't mirror, you can't want to cause them pain. If you want to cause them pain, they've got you. You see, they're clever, they're subtle. Rewatch Star Wars, rewatch The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader isn't there to defeat Luke Skywalker. Emperor Palpatine is not there to attack and defeat Luke Skywalker. No, they're there to make Luke Skywalker angry. They're there to make him want to fight. Remember that. Remember that. Anger, fear, aggression. The dark side are they. Once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny. Consume you it will, like Obi-Wan's apprentice. And Luke asks Yoda, Luke says, Vader, is the dark side stronger? And Yoda responds, no. Quicker, easier, more seductive. Quicker, easier, more seductive. More tempting. And very, very always easy, quick, and very easily and quickly rationalized. It always makes sense. Whereas the Lord moves in mysterious ways. So, Archer says that's probably the lesson. What weapons would the Divine Mother bring then? Now, having said all of what we've just said about the weapons that you are able to have, it's a sword. It's really only concern yourself with the sword. Some people prefer a spear. Maybe it's because it keeps them at a greater distance, but the sword is the cross, and a sword being a cross, and a flaming sword at that, is the power of Christ. Like most Gnostics, if you have a shelf or an altar, a space that you call your altar or consider your altar, where you put your most prized spiritual symbols and arranged, one of the things that veritably all Gnostics have on their altar is a dagger or a sword of some kind, or a miniature sword or a dagger, or something that represents the sword, the cross, but as a weapon of defense. Most of the time, the reason why you want your sword is you want to draw a circle of protection around you with a flaming sword, so that it's a ward that the demons cannot cross. But if push comes to shove, no one is advocating nonviolence here, right? It was not violence that we were referring to. It was the desire to cause others pain. And those are two different things. This is why the Shaolin monks practice martial arts. Martial arts, by any definition, is violent. It's the martial arts. It's the art of fighting. It's the definition of violence. But the Shaolin monks do so in a disciplined way. They have no intention, they have no desire to inflict pain or suffering on anyone. What's more is the whole discipline of the Shaolin practice of martial arts is to be able to engage in a martial activity without fear and without malice, without malevolence. It's simply, we have to be practical. And if someone is coming for you, and if someone is coming to attack you, whether it be in the astral plane or the physical plane, to just stand there and let them assault you is stupid. It's foolish. Gandhi was wrong. Gandhi was wrong. What he was trying to teach was passive aggressiveness, masquerading as ahimsa, perfect love in action. Gandhi was a lawyer. Gandhi was very clever. And Gandhi's individual Shaytan got the best of him. We write about this, we write about that in our book, how Gandhi is the godfather of so-called civil resistance and peaceful protest, and all of the political correctness and social justice that is happening in the world today, that is all based on postmodernist, post-structuralist jockeying for control, jockeying for power. Gandhi gave the world the prototype on how to do that, because he so-called brought down the British Empire with nothing but a loincloth and some words, and without violence. And the whole world praised him as being the Mahatma. He even bought into his own bullshit. He bought into his own belief that he was the Mahatma, the great soul, which is like the Hindu equivalent to like Messiah in Judaism. Mahatma is perhaps not at the level of Avatar, but it's getting up there, right? So, and we go into great length in our book explaining precisely how and why Gandhi's great revolution was actually a revolution of passive aggressiveness. And without getting into the weeds on this one, the evidence for this is found in what happened after the British left. And history doesn't lie on this point. And the events that took place after the British left were monstrous, a barbarity, to the point where they had to split India into two countries, into the Muslim majority Pakistan and the Hindu majority India. And India, that had been together and ruled, where Muslims and Hindus were peacefully living for who knows how many years, and they united and worked together to defeat the British. But as soon as the British were gone, they turned against one another. But the thing is that two passive aggressive sides doesn't work. It's like a negative plus a negative ends up as a positive, and it was a bloodbath. It was a murderous bloodbath. And Gandhi, in a desperate attempt to maintain order and maintain control, because remember, he was all about control, that's when he went on his famous hunger strikes. It was not against the British that Gandhi went on hunger strike. They could care less if he died of hunger or not. But to his followers, to whom he had given India back, they thought he was the great soul. And so what did Gandhi do? Gandhi guilted and shamed the nation into peace. He said, so long as there's any fighting between Muslim and Pakistan, I will not eat. So we have a word for that, you know. You can call it hunger strike, you can call it peaceful protest, you can call it everything you want, but there's a real word for that. And the word for that is coercion. Do this or else. Do what I say, do what I want, or else. That's what Gandhi was doing. There's no sugarcoating it. Yeah, selfless, this, that, the other thing. Okay, fine. But the proof is in the pudding. Number one, if you awaken in the astral plane, you can go to the lunar astral plane, go to limbo, go to hell, and ask to see Gandhi. You'll find him there. That's where you'll find the great soul, along with many other, so-called spiritual men like Yogananda and many others, many yogis and many prophets and many others. Osho will be there, and there many, many, many more of these so-called false prophets. And that's what Gandhi was. He was a lawyer. He was a very clever lawyer who had a very alluring, rational, quick, tempting, seductive, and quick and easy plan to rid India of the British. And that was to shame and guilt them into leaving. To use the lowest form of energy, the lowest form of vibration against his opponent. To be basically the prototypical passive-aggressive gaslighting that the woke people use today. And Gandhi showed the West how to do that. Gandhi showed the world how to do that. And then Martin Luther King and so many others did exactly that. And that's what became the social justice movement, right? Archer says, oddly enough, they feel more like family members playing the role of the demon to teach my ego something. Essentially, it's very weird leveling up against ourselves. Okay, so let's be clear here, Archer. When you say they feel more like family members playing the role of the demon to teach my ego something, the ego is the demon. So just, you want to clarify the use of your language because you don't want to fall into this trap, right? The false self, the I, the ego, is the demon, right? The singular ego, the I that we identify with, is the amalgamation of fear, anger, lust, greed, pride, etc. Okay, that's the Shaytan. That's the false self. Right? That's all the ego. The ego can't learn anything. The ego is not here to learn anything. The ego is here to prevent you from learning. It is the higher self. It is the true self. It is your monad who learns and who is here to learn. And the adversary is the ego. The adversary is the one who teaches. So that intuition, where these demons feel like they're family members playing the role of the demon to teach your higher self something, who you really are, your true self, but that's not your ego. That's your being. That's your higher self. So if you think you're leveling up, who is the you in that statement? You have to meditate on this. You have to discern this. Because as we were pointing out in our experience just recently of how clever and subtle the ego is, the ego is most alluring to us. The false self is most alluring, is most all of this when it pretends to be the true self. And if you have if your mind has convinced you that your ego, your I, is who you really are, then your false self is winning. Jorge Beltran says, thank you for your work, Atlas. Thank you for being here, Jorge. And Supin Kashmir says, for me, it was once I realized the ego is not me, I got attacked very strongly for at least a year. And it took me around 7 to 8 years to be able to nearly fully control them. Then it got very hidden. Okay, so generally speaking, what Supin Kashmir is describing is a very, very common experience. Is that for most people, why most people are oblivious to everything that we talk about here. And I mean everything that we talk about. They're going to be completely oblivious to all of it because they're identified with their I. They're identified with their fear, their anger, their lust, their greed, their pride. And they do what? They rationalize all of it. You know those people that say, oh, you have to have fear. You can't live life without fear. How can you live life without fear? Fear is what keeps you safe. Oh yeah, fear is what keeps you safe. How would you go through life without fear? This is such a obviously a tempting, easy, and quick rationalization. You nod your head and you go, yep, that makes sense. Yeah, but when you get into your car and you put on your seat belt, your safety belt, right? Are you putting on that safety belt because you're afraid of driving? Are you afraid? Is that why you put on your safety belt? Or do you put on your seatbelt because you know it will save your life just in case? In case of a what? An accident, because accidents do happen. Are you afraid of getting into an accident when you drive? Likely not. It's probably not even on top of your mind. But you know that it would be better for you to put that seatbelt on than not have it. Same with having an airbag in your car. You know it would be better for that airbag to be in there and work just in case. But is that just in case? Is that fear? Or is it just consciousness? Just consciously knowing and being prudent and being practical and having common sense. You don't need fear to know things, to be aware of things. So when you go to a cliff, when you go to the Grand Canyon and you're hiking, many people are afraid of heights. It's true. But some people aren't afraid of heights. And yet, the people who aren't afraid of heights will still exercise caution when they go hiking on the side of a canyon. They're not afraid of heights, but they exercise caution. They are aware, even if they're not afraid of heights, they are aware that if they fall, they're going to die. So maybe it's better to be a little prudent and a little careful and a little cautious. Not afraid. You see, it's a subtle difference, but the difference is there. It is absolutely there. When you're sharpening a kitchen knife, you do so with caution, with an awareness of what it is you are doing. You have to pay attention to what you are doing. Or when you're chopping onions with that sharpened knife, you have to pay attention. Now, you're not sitting there going, oh my God, I'm afraid I'm going to cut my fingers off, right? You're not afraid, but at the same time, you use proper technique and you pay attention to what you are doing. Because you know, if you don't do that, the likelihood of you cutting yourself goes up exponentially if you're not paying attention to what you're doing. But people process this with their intellectual mind and they say, no, that's fear that keeps me safe. Right? And that's why most people, they have no idea what we're talking about here, because so long as they rationalize and identify with the I of their ego, generally speaking, their demons leave them alone. Now, of course, they don't leave them alone at all. Their demons are ruling them by luring them all the time, but they're caught in that downward spiral. So the demons, obviously, they got a free ride because the person is like willingly giving themselves to their dark side, to their Satan. They're essentially worshiping Satan. They're worshiping themselves. It's idolatry. This is why the first commandment says, love your Lord thy God and have no other gods besides me. What does that mean? Does that mean you got to love Yahweh and not love Krishna or Woden or Ra or Quetzalcoatl? Or no, it means love your higher self, your innermost essence of God, your true self, your true being, and have no other false gods before him. Lust, fear, anger, greed. In other words, Satan. False gods, there's no such thing as a good false god. A false god is a false god. It's the antithesis of God. It's the opposite of God. What is the opposite of God? It's Satan. The opposite of am God, the opposite of am God is dogma. Dogma is in the mind. Am God is the being. It's the monad, right? It's the consciousness. It's the Atman. It's the soul. It's the monad. It's the triunity. Dogma is in the mind and in the sentimental emotions, the identification and attachment to those beliefs. The language doesn't lie. And this is why we were going to move into, and we're going to jump in here. It's Supan Kashpur says, like it's saving his energy. This is a nice little segue to the next aspect that we're going to talk about here, which is here, the Tao. And now I know there's a way that we can lasso this. So let's see if we can lasso this. And we're going to take it and move it all the way over here. So we get a nice, clean slate. There we go. Yeah, it says it's like they use their energy more cautious once you are aware. Okay, this is exactly what we're going to get into. Let's look at what this is. We all know this. Like, theoretically, we all know what the symbol is, right? It's the Tao. It's the yin and the yang, okay? And there are many, 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 many ways you can describe this. You can describe it as masculine and feminine. You can describe it as good and evil, as good and bad, as there's an infinite number of so-called dualities that we can use and apply to this symbol. But what we are interested in right now in this moment is to propose, and Supan Kashpur has serendipitously gotten us there with these comments about energy, about the demon saving its energy and being more cautious with its energy once you are aware of your Satan, once you face the adversary, once you face your demons. It's like flicking on a light switch in a room full of cockroaches. Have you ever done that? It doesn't matter what kind of pest it is, right? Cockroach, mice, rats, it doesn't matter. They're in the dark, right? They all come out at night. They come out in the darkness, right? In the darkness, right? That's their domain. And when you come and you turn on a light switch and you see them all skitter away. And they make for, under the fridge, under the cabinets, back into the walls, right? They scatter. They scatter and they disappear. They don't want to be seen. Parasites don't want to be seen. It's interesting that the word parasites sounds like parasite, It's just interesting that. But they are unseen, right? Para is one of these prefixes, and we'll just verify this for all of you so you know that we're not making it up. The para prefix, right? So it's alongside, beside, near, resembling, or beyond, or this one, apart from, and abnormal. Let's make that bigger so you guys can see that. So you see that? Like para as a prefix, that it's near or beside, alongside of, it's resembling, but it's beyond, apart from, and abnormal. Very interesting that parasite happens to, the words, the sounds are identical to sight, to seeing. And typically we associate seeing with light. But here in the Tao, we see that parasight, the darkness, is adjacent to, and it can even resemble, but it is apart from, and it is abnormal. So if light is sight, darkness, we're going to use our, the dark is parasight. And we know that a parasite does what? What is the nature of a parasite? The parasite feeds. The parasite requires a host. A parasite absorbs into itself. Let's hang on a second. We're going to grab our lasso. We're going to lasso this, and we're going to bring this down. Oh, missed a little bit, but that's okay. There we go. Okay. So then we can move all of this up, I think, if we can do that. All right. A parasite absorbs into itself. And what does it absorb? What does darkness absorb? If not the light? Understanding that both aspects of the Tao emerge from the same source. The Tao, the E-A-O, right? E-A-O. The reason why this is a T and not an E is because of the tree of life. And at the top of the tree of life, as we've drawn before, the tree of life, we go down and there's the two sephira and coming down together and so on and so forth. But this center pillar, the E, at the top, we have Thor's hammer. This up arrow, which is where you get the T in Tao. It's also where you get the T in art and Thor. Art and Thor. And we talked about this before last week as well. And if you drop the T from art and Thor, you have R, which is Ra, and Hor, which is Horus, father and son. So we don't want to necessarily dwell on all of that right now. But we just wanted to mention that briefly. That's why it's E-A-O is the mantra of the crown, the third eye, A, the lungs, and O, the heart. So it's the heart mind mantras. The mantra of the crown, the third eye, the heart, and the lungs. But E-A-O is T-A-O. It's the Tao. But that's why it's a T. So this is heart mind. That's another way, that's another duality that can describe this. Another duality that can describe this is Hume and Manas. So Hume related to earth, and Manas related to divine mind. So human being is Hume, Manas, and being. But coming back to the fact that the dark absorbs the light, and a parasite absorbs light into itself, in the same way that earth, any matter, absorbs all the spectrums of light except for those that constitutes its nature, which it then reflects. But black absorbs all light. Black reflects the least amount of light, and white reflects the most amount of light. That's why it looks white, because it includes all the colors in the spectrum that it's reflecting. But the darkness absorbs light. And that's its parasitic nature, its parasite nature, because that's what all parasites do. And that's what the ego does. That's what the egos do. They want to absorb energy. And the reason why they do that is because the darkness is mechanical. Its nature is crude and it's dense. So another way to think about darkness, even in physics and astronomy, they talk about dark energy and they talk about dark matter. For example, when they talk about black holes, where the force of attraction, the gravitational pull, is so strong that not even light can escape. There's these gravity wells that absorb all light, all energy gets sucked into them, and they appear as a kind of blackness, as a kind of black that we can't reproduce in any possible way. It is total absence, it is total voidness. But it is voidness in the, if we can express it this way, in a kind of material sense, in a manifested sense of that voidness, that absorption, that consumption. And on the other side, you have, right, you have being, and you have divinity. Our divine? What is divine? What is, maybe another word for it is, what is resplendent? And you could also say, what is conscious? But what is generative? What is giving? What is creating? And it is this dynamic, if we can understand this, comprehend this, that while these two sides are one and united, nothing happens. The Ouroboros is a very ancient symbol that shows a serpent. Let's see if we can do this right. There. Right? The serpent eating its own tail. Now, you've seen it as a circle as well, but the infinity symbol is better. The universe expands, and then eventually it'll contract, just like the breath. It expands out in infinity, but then the darkness will eventually consume and reabsorb all of that manifest light. But the interplay between light and dark is how creation takes place in a manifest form. Because another way that we can think about all of this is we can talk about formless essence as opposed to form. And another way we can think about this is spirit and matter. In other words, as we said, there are many, many, many ways to understand or conceptualize the two parts of this dynamic. But it's the interplay between this dynamic that creates. And what does it create? It creates what we seek, which is self-evident experiential knowledge. The Tao is what is required to experience. The Tao is what is required to know. Because without it, without these two halves, without a universe of duality, the absolute cannot know itself. Because the absolute, abstract nothingness, how can nothing know nothing? How can nothing know nothing? So Tiffany asks, are there two different kinds of blackness then? As my understanding is that the void represents a final goal of the soul's journey. And she says, we cease to intellectualize a being as separate from its source, a completion. Okay, so this is where it gets a little tricky for the mind. But you've put your finger on it when you say there are two kinds of blackness. Okay? When we look up into space, we see blackness, we see darkness. But we see those little pinholes in the night sky, we call them stars. How can we see those stars? We can only see those stars because their light is reaching us. Which means that all that darkness is full of light. Space is full of light. Why does it appear dark to us if it's full of light? Because in the daytime, when the sun is shining, we can't even see the stars. We see blue skies, right? When the sun is shining. Well, that's because the relative distance of the Earth to the sun and its size, right? It reflects all of the water that's on this planet onto the atmosphere, onto the inside of the atmosphere, and then that appears to be blue in our eyes. But just like right now, between the camera and me, there appears to be nothing. There's no physical thing. There's air, there's other things, but the light that's being reflected off of me from the light source, which you can see reflected in my glasses, right? Because like when you're doing live streams or podcasts or anything like that, you need a very strong light in order for the video camera to actually be able to film you. So, but there's space, right? There's nothing there except for the oxygen, the other things, but the light is coming into the camera, but there's nothing there. If I were to turn that light off, the camera wouldn't pick up anything and it would be as blackness, but there's still nothing there. It's just nothing. Nothing is nothing, but nothing can be full of light. Only you have to perceive that light in order to know that. Until you perceive that light, it's just you're in the dark. Now, how does that differ from, let's say, solid matter, physical matter? Do I have something black? I do have something black. I have lots of stuff that's black. In fact, I can use my little drawing tablet. Okay, now that's black, right? That's black. But you see what happens when I put it between myself and the camera? You can't see me anymore. Why not? Why can't you see me anymore? Right? It's like you said, it's a different kind of blackness, right? This thing is absorbing all the light and it's preventing the light that's being reflected off of me to reach the camera. It's getting in the way because it's more dense, it's more solid. It can hardly be called nothing, but it's still black. Like the blackness, but the blackness of space is nothing, it's void. Whereas the blackness in the Tao is not nothing, it's something. It's something. Archer points out here, and this is a good addition here. Thank you for this contribution. He says, in photography and film, darkness, contrast, is needed to produce images. He says, ever oversaturate an image with light, it can't be seen. Perfect. Thank you for that contribution. And Tiffany says, so egos and demons carry a denser black that gets in the way of us perceiving light. Oh, very well put. Very well put. Very well put. And remember, it's similar. Remember what we looked up on the meaning of parasite, right? The para prefix. Alongside of, beside, near, resembling, beyond, but abnormal. So the parasite, right? It's abnormal, but it resembles. So if the blackness of contrast and the blackness of space, the blackness of the void, which can be full of light, enables sight, enables, as Archer points out in the photography comment, you need that darkness to be able to produce the images. It is an aspect of visualization. It's an aspect of seeing that contrast. And Archer says, that's perfect. Thank you. Meaning, I'm assuming he's saying that in response to your comment, Tiffany, about egos and demons carry a denser black that gets in the way of us perceiving light. What they carry is, yeah, a denser aspect of the void, the lower vibrations, which absorb light. They absorb consciousness. They feed. They're just like in the same way that a toaster needs to draw on an external power supply. A machine must be fed. The big machine, right? The big meat grinder must be fed meat, and it must be fed power to grind its meat, to do what it was made to do. It requires both of those things. No machine can self-power itself because that's the nature of mechanical nature. But divine nature can generate light, can create light. And how does it do that? Well, it does that through a process of transmutation. And how does it do that? Well, the darkness, the blackness, okay, there's light in there. There's light in there. And, and Lao Tzu made it clear that there's light in there. But it's condensed light. Who was it? Was it Rupert Sheldrake, I think? Recently we saw a video by Rupert Sheldrake who described matter as simply frozen energy, like crystallized energy, or like energy that's been condensed down. And we kind of know this. We all intuitively know this, in the same way that water vapor, you condense down into liquid water, and then you condense it some more and you get ice. And you condense it some more, you can get something else. Oh, and then there's this fourth state of water called plasma, which is not quite a liquid, and it's not quite a solid. It's kind of gelatinous, but it has gaseous properties. It's a really weird fourth state of water. But regardless, the point is, we all know that there can be states of matter. Well, if there can be states of matter, there can be states of energy. And in fact, we know that matter doesn't exist. Matter is all just energy. It's an energy in a different state. It's energy that is now in a state of matter. And we know that if we split, for example, the hydrogen atom, we get a whole crap ton of energy out of that. So this darkness, remember, parasite, it's akin to, it is similar to, but it is abnormal. It is not normal darkness, which can be filled with light that is in movement, that is kinetic light. It is active light, the light that is alive. This form of darkness, the parasitic darkness, the darkness of earth, of matter, is absorbed light. It's locked light. It's trapped. It's enslaved. It's crystallized. It's dormant. It's put to sleep in a way. It's trapped. And it's trapped within the mechanical laws of nature in the denser and denser levels of reality, in the denser and denser dimensions that absorb light and trap it there and lock it there until what? Until when? Until a conscious agent, awake and aware, a being of light, comes into the world of form and applies themselves to some form, some matter, and transforms that dense, crude, raw material and creates something new and imbues it and awakens it and enlightens it so that it becomes, for example, an artifact of beauty. You take a piece of limestone and you work on it and you work at it and you work at it with hammer and chisel, or those beautiful wood turning videos that we show you. Somebody takes a log, essentially a dead tree, but the wood is still alive. The wood is still alive. The tree proper is dead, but the wood is still alive. It's living. That matter, those molecules, those monads that were a part of that tree are still, they still have potential. And in the hands of a skilled wood turning artist, around and around and around in the alm of life, and taking his chisels and his various different instruments, applying it to that spinning wood, can make beautiful vases and tables and artifacts of all kind, and enliven and bring that wood to life in a way that it could never even imagine as a tree. But now it's this beautiful vase. What comes to mind is John Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn. Beauty is truth, truth, beauty. That is all you can know in life and all you need to know. But you see, that beauty is dependent upon the matter, the dense form of light, that darkness, that Hume, that earth, which had absorbed a great deal of light into its physical body. But an artist, an artisan, a craftsperson, with great care and following their bliss, they can transform and transmute and bring out that light in a whole new way. We call it art. And art means to be. Our Father who art in heaven. That's our Father who is in heaven. And it's the same when we consider ourselves. The Ouroboros, which we drew over here, you see, it hides a profound truth. In plain sight. We'll just work with this one. The serpent is eating itself, right? The serpent is eating its own tail. But that tail is born of the serpent. The more that the serpent consumes itself, the more it will grow, and the more substance of its tail it will have. The more light the darkness absorbs, the more potential light it carries within. The more potential light can be born from it. The light is born of darkness. We know this because the nothing, the void, in the beginning was the great void, the nothing, and the Lord divided light and darkness and moved over the spirit of the waters and said, "Let there be light," and there was light. But he moved over moved over the surface of the waters, the dark primordial waters. The interplay between light and dark, between light and the absence of light, it can't be absence of light. It's potential light. It is light that has been transformed and transmuted into darkness and locked away in this different state. And that the way that it functions and the way that it moves is antithetical to solar light, to energetic light, to subtle, essential spirit light. It's spirit and matter. The real and the corporeal. Which perhaps we're going to arrive at maybe the best way to describe this. Corporeal. Now, just for fun, because we did it with para, let's so let's put this on screen so you can see it. When you do a search for corpo or corp, the corp prefix, it says it's an abbreviation for corporation and corporeal. Corp, corpse, and corpse all trace back to the Latin word corpus, meaning body. But the origin of core is obscure. Let's come back to what we've been looking at here. So, while corporeal, or the root word of this is body, It comes from the root word core, which means to obscure. And what we were saying earlier about our drawing pad, and what happens if we put this tablet in between ourselves and the camera, versus the void, which freely allows the light to pass through it, like the void of space, which allows the light to travel and pass through. But that which is corporeal does not. It obscures the light and it absorbs the light. We also find words coming to us, the words solve et coagula, which are the two words tattooed on the arms of Baphomet. Coagula, to coagulate, and solve, meaning to dissolve. Well, if corporeal is related to the word obscure, then it follows that the word real must be related to the cure. A disease and its cure, or let's say a sickness and its cure. And isn't it interesting that we have the word disease? Let's give ourselves some more room here. We always run out of room because we keep filling it up with stuff. We have the word disease, and we write it like that for a reason, because we have peace, happiness, joy, right? But what did we say about ease? And what did we say about things that come easily? That being in that way, comfort and security, there's no achievement, there's no point. Another word for disease is stress. And the proper amount of stress comes through resistance. Why is it resistance? Because to be is a stance. To be is to take a stand, to have an instant, to be a point. Resistance is to resist that. To have a stance is to stand on terra firma, on solid ground. To affirm. Affirm. But to resistance is to negate. Affirmation, negation. This, then, we have just unpacked and arrived at the teachings of George Ivanovich Gurdjieff, who talks about the holy Triya Matsikamno, which is what? The holy affirmation, the holy negation, and the holy reconciliation. In the words of George Ivanovich Gurdjieff, who used the language of Absolute, the language of the world of archetypes, he used the words directly from Absolute in his writings and in his teachings. The holy Triya Natsikamno. Triya Natsikamno. That's the law of three. But that's the Tao. That's the EAO. Affirmation, negation, reconciliation. And we've been talking about reconciliation for the last few weeks. And the reconciliation is how the affirmation and the negation creates this dynamic that's set in motion. Because without this dynamic, without the law of three, of affirmation, negation, and reconciliation, you would just have affirmation and negation, and the two things cancel each other out, and you're back to zero. Plus one, negative one, they cancel each other out, and you're back to zero. You're back to nothing. And nothing can do nothing. Nothing can be nothing. And nothing can understand nothing about itself. Because it's nothing. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Word, sound, vibration. But what is it? But it vibrates. It has to vibrate something. And what it vibrates is the corporeal darkness, that which obscures. And it vibrates it into being, into the higher levels, the more subtle levels. It extracts and transmutes and transforms. This is what transmutation, this is what alchemy was all about, right? The transmutation of base metals into higher state metals, like the transmutation of lead into gold, the transmutation of the ego into the human soul, the transmutation of our individual Satan into our true self. Our true self, all our potential is locked away within the darkness inside of us. We must work with that, and we must extract all the consciousness that is bottled up inside of our individual Satan, and all of the faculties which are tangled up, entangled in those darker vibrations of the false self, our individual Satan, our individual Shaytan, and all of the egos that come into play in the amalgamation of that. We must liberate ourself from that entanglement. And that liberation comes through comprehension and then dissolution, to dissolve the dense, dark, heavy, corporeal parasite which has absorbed into itself our light, our truth, our being, our consciousness. We must liberate it. And that process of liberation happens how? Through engagement, through reconciliation. Because the masculine and feminine unite to create. It's a law of three. And the Triya Natsi Kamno is the law of three. Affirmation, negation, reconciliation. And that is the reunion. And this is why, from Jung's perspective, he talked about the integration of the shadow. But as we point out, right, it's like if you want to drink a bottle of champagne, you don't swallow the bottle of champagne. You pop the cork and you drink what's in the bottle, and you discard what is unnecessary. It was necessary to store the champagne. It was necessary to bottle up the champagne. But now that that bottle has served its purpose, you don't eat the bottle. You don't incorporate the bottle into your person. You have to go down into the cellar and find the bottle of champagne, and you pop the cork and you pour it out the champagne. And then you recycle the bottle, because mechanical nature is all about recycling. Mechanical nature is only too happy to recycle, in the same way that this physical body you need and I need right now. We need our physical body to be here and now in this dimension. We need a 3D spacesuit to be able to engage with all of this matter. We need our corporeal vessel to be able to achieve reconciliation. But once we do so, once this physical body is no longer useful to us, we don't take this body with us. We don't take this personality with us. This is just a character in a video game. So this character is going to get recycled by the video game. The personality, the physical body, it's going to get reabsorbed. You see? It's on loan to us. It's on loan for the duration that light and that dark combines and interplays and does this dance with the devil. And that's what we're doing with our adversary. It's a dance with the devil. Because it is through that dance, it is only through that dance that we can grow and develop. It's only through playing chess with the adversary that we can get better at chess, that we can become a chess master. Our adversary is not our enemy, but they are our opponent. And on the board of our psychology, on the game board of our psychology, visualize your psychology as a chessboard and recognize that you are facing Satan. You are playing Satan, your own individual adversary. You're playing chess with them in your own psychology. Now comprehend that to do the most good for you, to be of the greatest value to you, your opponent, your adversary on the board must be ruthless. The way your adversary moves his pieces on the board must be without remorse, must be without guilt, without shame. It must be cold and calculated. Like the same way that you play a video game and you're playing the AI of a video game, you're playing like your Nintendo game, and Mario is jumping on the head of the Koopas and the Loompas and Bowser and whatever else that Mario has to face. Recognize that that cartridge in that Nintendo game is completely heartless and soulless. It doesn't care about you. It has no remorse. It doesn't feel bad when it kills Mario. And it doesn't feel bad that you have to play that game 1,000 times before you can beat it. It doesn't care. But you still play the game, and it's fun, right? And you play it over and over and over and over again until you master it, until you beat it. Why? Because that's what games are for. That's why we play them, to challenge ourselves, to give us a challenge. And would you expect the game to be anything less than what it is? Would you expect your opponent in chess To have pity on you and have mercy on you and let you win? What kind of game is that? How will you ever become a chess master if your adversary, if your opponent lets you win? No, he's not going to let you win. He's going to try to destroy you every time, every chance he gets. He's going to try to block you and do discovered attacks and do forked attacks. And if you don't know how to play chess, learn how to play chess and take some chess tutorials online on YouTube and understand all the different maneuvers and moves, things like discovered attacks. What does that mean? And recognize, oh shit, Satan does that to me. Satan has done that. A discovered attack where all of a sudden something happens and boom, something comes out of nowhere and I get blindsided. Or a forked attack, which is like divide and conquer. Oh, okay, so this is being threatened, but that's being threatened. I got to choose which piece my opponent's going to take. Either this one or that one. I got to choose either this or that. A liberal or conservative, Democrat or Republican. Fish or pork. You got to. We're given these decisions to make, and our adversary is going to benefit, one way or another. So we have that expression, the lesser of two evils. And you've been in situations in your life where you've had to pick the lesser of two evils. There was no good option. It didn't matter what you did, something not pleasant was going to happen as a result. You had to choose one thing, either or. Neither was particularly a palatable option. So what did you do? Probably, you chose the lesser of two evils. We have these cliches for a reason. And it just so happens that all of those scenarios and situations exist in chess, which is why chess has endured for thousands of years and has spread all over the world. And every single culture, every single nation throughout the world plays chess. It is completely and totally ubiquitous. It is the same rules in every single country you play, the same pieces. And there is absolutely zero controversy around it. It is an absolute truth in a completely made up game. But it embodies absolute truth, universal truth that every man, woman, and child on this planet who has ever played chess can agree upon. And perfect strangers from warring nations can sit down and play a game of chess and shake hands afterwards and go have a tea or a drink and talk about the game. Benjamin says, a lot of dark love, and he laughs. And Benjamin also says, awesome example there with the Nintendo cartridge. Facing Satan. What is the point of facing your adversary if you don't know why you're facing them? Has anybody ever described or explained or explored or workshopped with you any of this in relation to your egos, in relation to your darkness, your Satan, your adversary? The adversary is necessary. The adversary is required in the same way that your opponent is required in chess, but not for the reasons that your adversary will rationalize and that people rationalize and that the new age rationalizes. Oh, you can't eliminate your ego. How can you live without an ego? No. Your ego is precisely that which constrains and binds and enslaves and imprisons the real you. The ego is the escape room. The ego is Mushroom Kingdom, Bowser, and your psyche, your consciousness, your higher self, your soul is Princess Peach. And you, this mortal vehicle, this mortal self, are Mario. Your faculties, your heart mind, you are Mario. But the one playing the game is your innermost. And Princess Peach, because psyche is feminine. And that's what the feminists get wrong. Because feminism is egoism. Feminism is Black Lodge. Because feminists are the ones that want to eliminate and rewrite history and eliminate fairy tales and rewrite fairy tales so that the woman is the champion and the woman is the hero all the time now. And the woman is these stunning and brave heroes that don't actually go on a hero's journey. They're like these Mary Sues, right? And this it's entirely upside down and backwards what the social justice warriors are doing there. They don't understand that psyche is feminine. That's why Snow White and Sleeping Beauty and all of these princesses in these fairy tales need to be, quote, saved or rescued by the prince or the hero. In the same way that Mario has to rescue Princess Peach. Because we, the mortal vessel, this mind, this heart, our human soul is trapped inside in hell, in the grips, in the grasp of Satan, in the pits of hell, in the labyrinth of the underworld, where Set rules, right? Or where Medusa is at the center of the labyrinth. And we have to use our weapons that are given to us by Athena, our divine mother, to go and rescue, to go and eliminate the demon Medusa. Or if we're Theseus, we're given the weapons to go into the labyrinth and defeat the Minotaur, the half man, half beast, the Hasnamussen. We have to eliminate the animal elements inside of us that are enslaving and entrapping our psyche, our soul, our human soul. And if we can liberate our human soul, which is in the 6th dimension, we can awaken and we can reunite and be one with our higher self, our true self. That's the purpose of defeating Bowser and freeing Princess Peach. So Mario and Peach can be one, and you, the player, don't have to play the game anymore. You beat the game. We face Satan as part of the path. It is an essential part of the path. It is an essential aspect of being. Like any game, we choose to face that adversary. And very often we feel like we're getting the shit kicked out of us. Oh, fair enough. And we're gonna feel like, oh man, I fell for this trap and I fell for that trap, and I thought I had everything under control and I thought I was on top of this thing, and then boom, we're all of a sudden we're gonna get sidelined or T-boned, sideswiped, whatever, ambushed all over again, and we're gonna feel like we're back on level 1. We're going to feel like a newbie all over again. Why? Because we advance to a higher level, and guess what? Everything advances with us. You go into a higher level of Super Mario, the closer and closer you get to Peach, the closer and closer you get to Bowser, the harder and harder those levels get. That's how video games work. That's how all games work. They're designed that way for a reason, because it's the Om of life. So Satan's not going to let up. And in all fairness, we don't want Satan to let up. Because Satan is who keeps us on our toes. Satan is who reminds us, you get complacent, you get too comfy, you get too big for your britches, I'm going to show you who's in charge then. I'm going to show you just how weak you are. Then I'm going to show you just how far you have yet to go. And I'm going to show you just how unqualified you are to be so-called spiritual. And how foolish you are to desire powers and enlightenment and all this nonsense which doesn't belong to you. Belongs to your player. And I, Satan, am the one who is here to remind you of all of that, to show you all of that, to smack you on the backside, to keep you on your toes. And if you don't pay attention, if you do get naive, if you do get complacent, if you do get too big for your britches, if you do think like all these people we run into all the time on Facebook and on YouTube and everything else, who think that, oh, I'm already enlightened and I'm a god already and I'm this and I'm that. These people are completely hook, line, and sinker. They have been lured into Satan's trap, into the trap of the false self, which is very alluring. And we talked about this. And they're caught in a downward spiral. Oh, but they think that they can do this and do that, and they can see the future, and they can, see auras and blah, 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 and this and that. And they take ayahuasca or they take DMT and they go on these fantastic trips. Oh my God, they must be so spiritual and they must be so gods already, and they must be enlightened, and so on and so forth. Trap, 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 trap. Bullshit. 100% bullshit. 100%. They don't want to hear what we have to say right now. They don't want to face their demon. They don't want to face Satan. They don't want to face the truth. There's a reason why Lucifer, the light bringer, is associated with Satan. Because you shine light on people's defects and vices. That's what Lucifer does. Lucifer is that torch in the hand of Lady Columbia, in the hand of Lady Liberty. And we've talked about this. Go back. We have live streams and videos talking about who is our Lady Liberty. Our Lady Liberty and our Lady Justice. Right? Two Lady Liberties. One's holding up a torch, the torch of Lucifer, the light bringer, and the other one's holding up the scales of justice. Well, holy shit, the people in the New Age don't like that. Number one, they don't want to see their defects and vices, and they sure as shit don't like the idea of being judged. Oh no, that's negativity. That's negative thinking. That's, oh, judgment is this and judgment is that and blah, blah, blah. And judgment is the lowest form of, yeah, you know what? New age horseshit. It's not, nobody is saying that it's good and right for you to go out and judge others. But the spiritual bypassing, the evasion of saying that judgment itself is the nature of evil. We recently watched a live stream on the Next Level Soul podcast, and the guest said that fear is not the opposite of love, it's judgment. Judgment is the opposite of love. No. What a complete idiot. Agent of the Black Lodge. Total agent of the Black Lodge, spreading misinformation and disinformation. Lots of what he was saying was true, but then in these key areas, he was passing off total bullshit lies and misdirections and all of this alluring evasions, right? These tempting, easily rationalized diversions to pull people off the straight and narrow path, which is exactly what Satan does. And if we're not careful, if we're not observant, if we don't pay attention, before we know it, our Satan is going to be misleading others through us, and we will be an agent of evil. We will be another useful idiot, another false prophet. And there are many of those, many of those. And and in the last 2 weeks, we were on the borderline of becoming another one as we tried to do it ourselves and we tried to figure it out for ourselves. But thank God we came to our senses and we recognized who, in fact, we were up against and what we were facing and what was working through us and how far we have yet to go. This is the be all and the end all of all of our journeying, of all of our efforts, of why we are here. It's this. It can't be anything else. Anything and everything over and above this is bonus. In my life, sorry, we're going to take a quick pause and let Tiffany ask this question or make this statement. Sorry. She said, I don't desire power. I just want to make sure I get out the correct way. And that's fair enough. Hopefully we don't want anybody to think when we're going on our rants and raves like this, that we're accusing you of anything. Rather, even though, we don't share experience from our own life for the sake of making us the center of attention or what have you. We do so because we hope that you can learn from our example and not make the same mistakes, or recognize that we know them to be mistakes. Like our demon, our Satan, loves to put the cart before the horse. We have been wanting to change the world and save the world since before we even knew our name was Atlas. And we've been fixated and focused on how to save the world, fix the world, do this, do that, build the ark, blah, 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 on and on and on and on and on it goes. We're always keeping an eye out and searching for, and how we're going to do it and this, so on and so forth. And it's all just ego. It's the false self trying to be in the driver's seat. desperately clinging, white knuckle driving to be in control of the car. When in reality, every time we've just relaxed and allowed, instead of striving, arriving, right? And we just allow Attlas to move through us and direct us and guide us and let him steer the course of our vessel, then we know exactly what to do and exactly what to say, and everything unfolds exactly the way it needs to, in its own time, in its own way. It's been very, very, very hard. The reason why we've put the cart before the horse and we wanted so desperately for something to work out is because, let's face it, I'm 50 years old. I'm turning 51 in a couple weeks. I live in my parents' basement. I've lived below the poverty line for, wow, the better part of 15 years now. It's not easy. It hasn't been easy. The ego, the fear, the desire to live up to the expectations. Remember at the very beginning, I talked about those expectations that others place on us, that society places on us, that family members will say about us, sometimes behind our back, sometimes to our face. Are you proud of yourself? You're 50 years old and you don't have a pot to piss in. And they will call us lazy, and they will judge us every which way according to the laws of corporeality, laws of culture, society, right? They'll call me a parasite. I'm the parasite, right? Because I'm living at home. I'm 50 years old. I'm a parasite. And we've had to endure all that. And there's a lot more we're going to have to endure. That's the God honest truth. But we signed up for this, and it's way, it's we would never uh we would never back down now. It's, forget about it's too late to change or what. No, it's the only thing we have to pay attention to is what we went through in the last 2 weeks, is understanding that this entire process, this entire 50 years, soon to be 51 years, has been about dying. Because for me, Satan is Attila. I don't know if that resonates with you. The I, but the person that I am, the person that is speaking, the person that has been putting the cart before the horse, the self, the I, that wanted so badly to make things happen and be seen, standing proud and tall in front of my family, in front of my father, and get the validation of their love and respect and everything else. That person is precisely the adversary that's preventing us from really being who we are and doing what we came here to do. And that became very clear over the last 2 weeks. And this is the epitome of comprehension of who Satan really is. And when we talk about psychological death, we talk about it in some abstract sense. Like that there's this other self that needs to die. We have to internalize this and meditate on this. Who is the false self? I am the false self. Attila, I am the false self. That I is the false self. The person that you think you are, with everything that you think you want. That is Satan. That is the adversary. You are the adversary. To what? To your player. And we're going to come back to the Nintendo cartridge analogy. Because Bowser and Mario are in the same cartridge. Mario and Bowser are the same device, the same game that has trapped Princess Peach. And it's not until you put the game down that you no longer play the game at all. You don't need to anymore because you, the player, have mastered the game. What does that mean? You have mastered the game of Mario defeating Bowser and rescuing Princess Peach. But it's all one thing. It's all one game. It's all one vehicle. It's all one device leading to mastery. But the mastery belongs to the player, not to you, not to Mario, and certainly not to Bowser. You see? This is really, really, really hard to understand in the mind because the mind is under the control of Satan right now. The I. The I doesn't want to die. Right? Remember what I was saying about fear and being aware and being cautious? Fear, the self-preservation instinct, you have to be able to defeat fear on the level of that self-preservation instinct. Because without that, you will never defeat Satan. And why the next book we are writing, which we will begin working on soon after our birthday, so in the next couple weeks, we're going to begin working on our next book, which is going to be all about fear. You have to overcome your fear of death. You have to overcome your fear of psychological death, of this I that you think that you are, that you believe yourself to be, and that you are identified with. You're playing the game, but you're identified with Mario. You are not Mario. You are the player. Even if Mario beats Bowser and saves Princess Peach, guess what? In that moment, in that instant, your player has mastered the game, turns off the Nintendo and pulls the cartridge out of the Nintendo. In that instant, Mario dies. Mario no longer exists. If you don't comprehend this, if you don't meditate on this and you don't appreciate the level at which that is coming from, this is why you must know yourself. And Satan is not some obscure you know, concept. It's not some false self, some other self you imagine yourself to be that somehow haunts you. No, no, it's the self that you are now. It's the self that you think you are now, with all of the bad habits and the rationalizations and the constant, running commentary in your head, and all of the things that you keep returning to, and all of the little demons that torment you and suffer you. Those are all part of this self, this false self. And like Archer was saying earlier, it's like they all feel like they're part of my family trying to teach me something. That's because they are. They're all aspects of your Divine Mother. This life, that she orchestrates, that attract into your life the temptations and the circumstances and the people that you need to trigger those demons. So you see all the different egos, all the different defects and vices of that false self coming to the surface. Facing Satan is looking in the mirror. And we subtitle today's talk, The Hidden Adversary, because the best place to hide anything from this humanity is in plain sight. Because so long as we think that Satan is somewhere else, or someone else, or something else, we're never going to see the face of Satan looking back at us in the mirror. And we're never going to face Satan. Not really. And you cannot defeat what you do not face. And you cannot master chess if you do not face your opponent. Mugaboo 22 says, scriptures do teach us, stop judging by outward appearances and start judging justly. So yes, we are supposed to judge. But Jesus said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. So judging others, it's a precarious activity. Do so with caution and at your own risk. But the point that we were making is, don't be afraid or shirk your responsibilities in terms of you being judged. We have to be judged. And we need our inner self, our innermost being. We need our higher self and our Divine Mother to judge us. We need to be able to look in the mirror and not judge ourselves too harshly. It's not about beating ourselves up and getting down on ourselves and falling into that trap, because that's another trap. That's just another veiled form of self-righteousness, where you get to look in the mirror and say, oh, there's Satan, you blah, 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 and this and that and the other thing, and rah, 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 rah. And you can turn judgment, can be very easily twisted and corrupted into something very ugly indeed, especially when it's directed at ourselves. We must have compassion for ourselves. But compassion doesn't mean kidding ourselves either, right? It's the middle way. It's the razor's edge. It's the straight and narrow path, right? It's a very narrow band between extremism on one hand and extremism on the other hand. Loving yourself too much or hating yourself, right? Both of those things are pride, because shame and self-loathing is just the flip side of pride, which is loving yourself too much, narcissism, right? In between those 2 points, there's this middle way of pure observation, of just observing, just knowing, no judgment, but recognizing what is. Because remember, judgment, has this subjective connotation to it. It's not so much judgment that's bad, but it's the condemnation part that's very often like mixed up and tangled up with judgment. So anyway, yeah, judgment, do so with caution, do so with compassion, do so with respect for yourself and others, and do so with temperance and wisdom, and you should be fine. But don't do it with malice, don't do it with malevolence, don't do it with self-righteousness, and don't do it with self-loathing. Judge not lest ye be judged. Like, take it to heart, right? Like, you're playing with fire there. Benjamin says, it makes us homeless to be on the path where we're always just trying to go home. That's any hero's journey. It means we have to go home. We have to go into hell. And so the pull of the Christ, of the great multiple unity of the Logos, for his child to come home, it's like the shepherd calling the lamb, right? It's a shepherd who goes out into the storm to retrieve the one little lamb, the little lost lamb. And we have within us our own shepherd, our higher self, and our divine mother that is calling us to return home. So yeah, in many ways, the path is a path of homelessness. It's a path of wandering, right? That's why we had many weeks ago, we did a live stream called Wandering in the Dark. And we were talking about the whole archetypal truth about being lost in the desert and wandering in the desert, and the Israelites wandering for 40 years in the desert, and the archetypal truth of what that means from the perspective of the spiritual journey, and how the 40 days and 40 nights of Jesus wandering in the desert, that's when he gets tempted by Satan, right? That's when he gets tempted by the devil. It's always when things are really, really hard that Satan comes along with the quick and easy path, right? The easy answers, the wide and the easy path through the wide gate. Soup and Kasper says, I live in my parents' attic. I've been told I'm a parasite a lot. Feel you there, brother. Benjamin says, I won't take credit for that statement. John Vervaeke said that, but it resonates. Okay. Leah says, the more consciousness we achieve, the more it seems like despair creeps in. So again, this is just part and parcel with the work, with the path. It's like playing that video game. It's like the farther you go in that video game, the harder it seems to get. Well, yeah, because it's kind of designed that way. Because if the video game got easier, the farther you got, then you would appreciate it less and it would be less of an achievement. It's the same thing with anything in life. When people get to the Olympics, that's when they discover, that's when they realize whether their training and their performance is world class. You know, they can be the champion of their state, they can be champion of their country, But it's not until they get to the Olympics that's the eye-opening experience. There have been many, many, many athletes who were basically coasting all their life. It came easily to them. All the pennants, all the trophies, all the podium wins. And they were attractive and they were athletic and they could do this sport or that sport or one sport better than anybody else and everybody else. And it's like they didn't even really need to try that hard. They did work hard and they thought they were working really hard. And then they even got to, champion USA or whatever it was. And then they go to the Olympics and boom, 4th place, 6th place, did not finish, disqualified, whatever. And they come home broken. Why? Because they became complacent? They became full of themselves? They began to believe that all those trophies and pennants and wins meant something? Yeah, it meant something. It meant something. You got to a certain level and you were pretty good. But it's not until you get to the higher levels that your weaknesses are revealed. And yeah, there are going to be elements inside of you that despair. And they're going to use that despair against you. And because we suffer from depression, we know what that despair can be like, where it's incessant and it's lingering and it won't go away. And it won't leave you alone. But recognize what's really happening scientifically, metaphysically, scientifically. Okay, this is what we absolutely hope that everybody takes this away from the two aspects of the Tao, the light and the dark, and how the obscuration, the dis-ease, the stress, the negation is all about absorption. Remember, it's parasitic. Parasite, to obscure, yes, but also the parasite that sucks your blood, that traps your consciousness. Because that's what depression is. Where the most common symptom of depression is no energy and no motivation to do anything because the life is getting sucked out of you. And why is it getting sucked out of you? Because you've got a demon in your subconscious that's raging, is angry. And what can anger a demon more than being eliminated or weakened, being defeated at a certain level? So when you advance, when you increase in your consciousness, you're increasing that consciousness, you're stealing that consciousness away from the demon, from Satan. So what's going to make Satan angrier than having some of its energy, some of its precious treasure stolen from him? Think of Smaug in The Hobbit, right? In the desolation of Smaug. Smaug goes crazy apeshit when Frodo steals the Arkenstone back. The Arkenstone is he who carries the Arkenstone rules that kingdom of the dwarves, the mountain. And so Smaug, who has all that gold and everything, he's a hoarder, right? That's what a dragon is, a demon is, right? It's hoarding the treasure. So, of course, when you advance in consciousness, the depression is going to kick in, the despair is going to come because the demon is having a freaking temper tantrum in your subconscious mind. And that loss of control, that loss of what is most valuable to it, what's most precious to it, which is keeping us ignorant and keeping us in its control. When we free up some of our psyche, when we liberate some of our consciousness from its treasure hoard, it loses it. It goes crazy because it knows in that temper tantrum and causing that state of despair, that state of depression, it has a chance of recapturing, of regaining the consciousness that it lost to us. We have the potential of falling into despair, into that melancholy, and becoming identified and attached to that depression all over again. So in other words, to fight Satan, to fight the egos, the psychological aggregates, the psychological malware of our false self, okay? The false self fights back. The egos fight back. The demons fight back. And they have all kinds of tricks and tactics to defend themselves and to take back what they lost to us. It's like chess. You can't get away with just doing one good move and taking, you win your opponent's knight in an exchange. It's not enough to do that. You got to keep playing because your opponent might be, sneakily planning an even better move to take your queen. So you have to keep playing. You have to keep paying attention. You can't afford to be complacent. You can't afford to be laissez-faire. You can't afford to be naive and say, oh, I'm more conscious now, so I'm enlightened. I'm this, I'm that. No. If you feel despair, it's because your egos are fighting back. Satan is fighting back. It's making you pay for increasing your consciousness. Remember, on the board, the adversary, our opponent, is ruthless. But thank you, Leah, for that comment, because it's important to note our egos don't go quietly into the night. The adversary doesn't just bend over. The adversary never resigns. The adversary doesn't give up. The adversary is mechanical, like the Terminator. It does not sleep. It does not rest. It can't be bargained with. It can't be negotiated with. And it will not stop until its programming is fulfilled, which in the case of the Terminator is to kill Sarah Connor. And in the case of Satan, our adversary, is to take complete control over our soul, over our psyche, over our consciousness. To rule over us, in other words, to take the place of our innermost God, our innermost being. Supin Kashper says, I've been at this point of psychological dying because of some spiritual process I completed a few times, but always got overwhelmed by fear and did not accept my quest. I hope I get another chance. You will. You will. Your innermost being doesn't give up either. Your divine mother doesn't give up either. And Supin Kashpar also says, I'm struggling with the fact that it can happen from one moment to the next. Until now, I got overwhelmed by the intensity and it fastly turns into fear. I think maybe after today, and considering that we're going to be starting a book, our next book, and it's going to be about fear, we may as well start next week, next Sunday, talking about fear. Because a lot of you have brought it up today, and we have talked about it a lot, but clearly there is more practical advice that we can give, and more strategies and tactics that we can give, and more insight into the nature of that ego, because fear is the adversary on this path, right? On the path of psychological death, fear is the adversary. Fear is the number one weapon that Satan uses to prevent us from advancing, for the very reason that Supin Kashpur is expressing here. Because the self-preservation instinct is fear. And psychological death, the self does not want to go there, does not want to contemplate that, does not want to let that happen. That's such a strong instinct of the animal self. Very, very, very difficult to overcome. But there are ways. There are ways. And most importantly, most critically, is to observe it. And we will begin next week a series of Sundays. We will be addressing this and different aspects of this. So come next week and tune in for that, and we expect some good things will develop, because we've known for a long time that this is going to be our next book anyway. So we may as well start working it through. Tiffany says, I currently live at home too, but I don't feel like a parasite. I would feel very weird if that projection crossed my path. That wouldn't be a good feeling. I've never felt like a parasite, but others have accused me of that. So there's a difference, right? I've never identified with being a parasite, and I've never allowed myself to become attached to that judgment. But others in my circle have preferred to see me that way, because they have their reasons, right? Benjamin says, your experiences... Sorry, we're having difficulty with this scroll wheel. Your experiences are similar to those of Apostle Paul when his visions increased. Here's the account from 2 Corinthians 8-11. He says, to keep me from becoming conceited because of these surpassingly great revelations, there was given me a thorn in my flesh, a messenger of Satan to torment me. I pleaded with the Lord 3 times to take it away from me. But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about... And he continues here. He says, therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me. That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong. This is obviously a very verbose and elaborate roundabout way of describing the Alm of Life. But it's obvious, and what we've been, talking about in different ways all day. But what we've been describing, the higher you go here, the lower you have to go here. And then the lower you go down here, the more powerful the The lower you go down, the stronger and more powerful the suffering and the demons are. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Because if you look at this level here and you say, this is how much you can bench press. Okay, that means you gotta lower the key in the stack of weights, and you got to increase the weight and or the reps and or the sets, right? You got to work harder. You got to increase your game every time. If you want to get stronger, you got to lift more. You got to lift heavier. You got to lift more often. And that's just muscle, right? That's muscle. If that's true for muscle, how much more true is it for spirit, for soul, for your higher self, for the metaphysical muscle? And what is the weight that we lift? Well, I've been talking about it all day. It's this Hume. It's the darkness. It's the corporeal. It's what absorbs the light, and where the key to strength is locked in those weights. By lifting the weights, you are, in a sense, eliminating the weight. Why are you eliminating the weight? You're lifting it, right? You're negating gravity. Gravity is a pull that's keeping something down. You come along and lift it. You are fighting against the resistance. You are affirming what the weight and gravity is negating. Gravity and the weight, the mass of the weight, is attempting to resist and negate your ability to affirm how strong you are. But if you stand firm and you lift it and you overcome the resistance, if you overcome the negation, then you are affirming your strength. And the more you affirm your strength against the genuine negation, the stronger you will become. So commit to your consciousness. Affirmation and negation. Don't make the mistake that the New Agers make, which they go into like a meditative trance or whatever, and they just repeat to themselves affirmations. I am unlimited abundance. I am unlimited abundance. I am an unlimited abundance. I can do anything. I can do this. I can do that. You know what that is? That's called hypnosis. That's called mental programming. That's all that is. You're not affirming jack shit. You're fooling yourself by sitting there and doing affirmations. No, to affirm, you must do so engaging Satan. You can't sit in a room chanting to yourself, I'm the world's best chess player, 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 and expect to become the world's best chess player. You can't do that. You can believe you're the world's best chess player, but unless you have tested yourself against other chess players time and time and time and time again, unless you have stress tested your affirmations, they are worthless. They are meaningless and they are pointless. They are only a vehicle of brainwashing yourself, of kidding yourself, of living in hypnosis and ignorance. We don't want to live in hypnosis and ignorance. We want to live in gnosis, in self-evident experiential knowledge. That which we seek, and that which we seek comes from the Tao, the whole Tao, the interaction, the reconciliation between wholly affirming, wholly negating, and wholly reconciliating. Affirmation, negation, reconciliation. It is the law of three that creates new strength, new awareness, new consciousness, new knowledge. To be, one must test oneself against the state of non-being, against all the forces that are resisting our ability to being, our ability to be. To stand firm, to have a stance, we must face the resistance. The resistance is the adversary. The adversary is our Shaytan. That is Satan. And that's a whole bunch of more words now to pile on top of the Apostle Paul. Would anybody else like to ask questions or make some comments or anything else? Because we might as well start wrapping up. Anyone? We usually, sometimes people are, if they're typing longer questions or messages, we have to give them some time. But we want to thank you for joining us today. And we hope that this has been as valuable for you as it's been for us, and that this has been as fruitful for you as it has been for us. Albeit we recognize if today was at times scary, we recognize that, we appreciate that. And that is why we are going to commit ourselves and dedicate ourselves for the next little while at least to focus on fear and fighting that aspect, because that most subtle and insidious weapon of Satan to prevent us from being. Soup and Kasper says, just wanted to ask for your opinion on my music recommendation last week of Dark Whisper. We'll be honest with you, Soup and Kasper, we only we had a quick listen to a couple songs. It's not our cup of tea, so we didn't go any further with it. So we hope that's all right with you. Generally speaking, nowadays we have if we listen to anything these days, it's mostly just classical music, except for maybe some old songs that we grew up with. But we certainly see what you see in it. But maybe we didn't give it enough chance. But remember too, in all fairness, maybe we'll give it another chance, because last week we were messed up. We were not in a good place. So maybe we were just not in the right frame of mind, because we listened to it right after the live stream, so we wouldn't forget. So maybe we'll give it another listen and we'll see how it goes. If there's a particular song you want to recommend, then maybe do that, or give us a link or something in the chat that we could maybe look up, because just giving us the band name, we don't know what to listen to, right? So that every band has good songs and shit songs, like every band, right? It's not just you pick up a band and all of a sudden you fall in love with them. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but usually you get introduced to a band by listening to one of their better known songs, or one of their their stronger songs. So anyway, let's just consider that as a if you want to give us some more information to help us out, some more guidance is what we want to say there. Leah says, grateful for this. Thank you. Much love to you all. And she also says, I enjoyed Dark Whisper. Well, there you go. You got a... Which song did you listen to? Tiffany says, thank you. This is always a topic worth throwing on the table and looking at it. Diligence. Mugaboo 22 says, a teacher that shares with us his ups and downs, his evolution, is much more valuable than a perfect teacher. Thank you. Well, we appreciate that, Mugaboo 22, and it's good to know that aspect of is appreciated, because we actually ran into somebody on our walk today, and we were just struck by how utterly asleep they were. And despite the fact that they were gushing about God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit, it was as if they couldn't connect to us unless they heard us say that, yes, I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. Because we wouldn't give in to the idolatry that they suffer from and that they're stuck in. It was like we couldn't connect to them. We couldn't get them to, they kept evading and avoiding and resisting and negating every attempt that we had to find common ground on which we could have a spiritual conversation, because they needed to hear us say, oh yeah, but but having said all that about meditation and blah 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 and this and that and spirituality and everything else, at the end of the day, only one thing matters, and that is that I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. Like a robot. So why do we bring that up? Because there are many people, the problem with those perfect prophets or teachers or whatever is that, number one, it's not true. It's not true. And number two, it leads to it leads to some dark places. Not just for the supposed flawless teachers. And Master Samael wasn't flawless. He wasn't perfect. He made many mistakes that he had to later revise and change in his books. I know we're not perfect. There's lots of mistakes in even the book that we just published. Certainly, there's probably tons of them. Well, there's lots of grammar and spelling mistakes, but that's because our editor was crap. But regardless, there's going to be a lot of, like, we don't know a fraction of what we're going to know in the future. So coming back to it, we do appreciate that, and that's why we share with you the process, right? That's why we share with you. This is Atlas information to help be that example that and so that when you face your own challenges and your own ups and downs and your own shortcomings and so on and so forth, you recognize, okay, this is just part of the process. There is no straight up line. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. It's a push and pull. It's a give and take. It's a 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. It's the Om of life. We've covered it. We've discussed it and described it so many different ways. And you've all experienced it. And know that be on your toes. It's there, as even the Apostle Paul said in that wonderful quote from Corinthians that Benjamin shared with us. It's right there in Scripture. So yeah, so you're welcome, Mugaboo. You're welcome. Benjamin says, thank you for selflessly sharing your knowledge and experiences. I truly appreciate your guidance. May God bless you always. Benjamin, thank you always for being here, number one, and for always sharing some pertinent scripture with us that's relevant, that's pertinent, and that always helps to bookend and punctuate and underline and highlight, right? That gives us as this practical footnote that says, hey, listen, what this guy's blabbering on about right now, yeah, somebody a long time ago was kind of in agreement because here it's in the Bible. And that's always a helpful addition, right? It never hurts. It never hurts to have what I guess people call references, right? You know, evidence backing you up, or references backing you up, quotes backing you up, and so on and so forth. Tiffany says, Led Zeppelin never put out a bad song. Just saying. Okay. All right, we'll take your word for it. Leah says, indeed, Mugaboo. Soup and Kashper says, if possible, listen to the older album, Realms of the Unseen and Spirit of an Age. The songs that very strongly resonate are Spiritual Warfare, Quantum Entanglement, and Rama. Okay. And Leah says that she listened to Realms of the Unseen. Okay. Soup and Kashper says, yes, that one is amazing. And he also says Dark Whisper and Sectio Ariayu are the Buddha. This one is very old, but also very good. Okay, good to know. We're going to take, before we lose any of this, now we can't highlight, and so we're going to say Realms of the Unseen. Boy, let's try that again. Realm. Okay, YouTube. We better look it up on YouTube Music. Okay, it's all good. Where are we going next? Shupen Cosper also says Dark Whisper, Mokubar. This one has a Super Mario outro talking about synchronicities. All right. We'll give that one a listen as well, considering that we talked about Super Mario today. Look, thank you all. We're just on the cusp of the 4-hour mark. Thank you all once again for spending your time with us. And thank you for the questions and the feedback and the comments. It's always much appreciated. We look forward to seeing you again next week. And again, as promised, we're going to be beginning a new series on the nature of fear, what it's all about, and practical ways of facing our fear and overcoming our fear. So join us for that. Supan Kashper says, have a great week. Thank you, Supan Kashper, you as well. And to everyone, have a wonderful week, a productive week. Hopefully the weather is good wherever you are in the world. It's finally getting really nice here. It's 27 degrees today. So here in Canada where I am. So we hope that you're all enjoying your spring. And as always, take care and inferential peace. Goodbye, everyone.